woke up just 5 minutes beforehand, but I'm here. Hi everyone. Let me just make sure everything's locked. Let me do that. Don't need that anymore. Hi. Hi everyone. Teehee. So today we're finally gonna finish Of the Devil episode 2. And oh, celebration, thank you. Thank you guys. I've been napping all day. So for dinner I have quick and easy 20-gram protein, 0 added sugar, strawberries and cream, lactose free Greek yogurt protein drink from Chobani. Okay. Oh yeah, and I promised a Shinon. I was gonna react to something for her. Alright. I have to respond to her DM. Sorry, I woke up and immediately started stream. Gonna react now, teehee. Alright, let's see. What is this? I've seen this trend around. I don't know what this is. Okay. All right. Where is my? Okay. Here we go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Okay, no, I'll give it an honest try. I'll give it an honest try. I'll say that last part with my whole chest, bro. Don't even play with me. Hey, 1, 2, 3, go. Say so, say so, say so, say so. 1, 2, 3, go. Say so, say so, say so, say so, say so, say so. 1, 2, 3, go. Say so, say so, say so, say so, say so. Alright. Okay. Happy 1 year, happy noise, Maroon. Thanks for the Eimi porn. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. And of course the other Eimi arts. You know what? Scratch the whole sentence. Thank you for all the Eimi art commissions. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Alright. Okay. Meganami, happy 4 months. Bad time to be listening to the stream in the background with earphones. What do you mean? You don't like it? Or was it too loud? I forgot to adjust the volume of the browser source, my bad. Melvin, thank you. Busy today and drinking alcohol. Good luck on the trial. Love you. Bye. I forgot I'm on trial. Yaksha, thank you. Hi, Amy. In honor of the jolly season, have you watched Santa yet? It's about a kid who turns into Santa, an old buff man, when he wears red, and it's by the person who made Beastars. Seemed like something you'd like. What the fuck? Hold on. Let's search this up, Desu. Nico, thank you. Spicy noodle stream this Thursday. I have to check if the ones I have from last year aren't expired. Sanda. Oh shit. Oh, wrong one. Where's my other source? There you go. Okay. Salty, thank you. The white-haired demon is dead. Komeda. Oh. 30 minutes into my first route, I learned 2 things. 1, Darumi is amazing. 2, Takumi needs to be hit more. True. So excited to play more 100 line. Back to VODs. I'm at Danganronpa. Wish me luck. Oh, okay. You're watching me play. Okay. Yay! Yippee! I'm just a talking hamster. Hi there. Hi. Hello. Yeah, I could tell this is by the same Beastars. Mangaka. Awesome. Oh, and there's an anime coming. Oh, becoming buff and jolly. Oh, okay, I see. Cool. Ultima Drago, thank you. I hope you and Hazelnut Butter had a good holiday season. Guys, I approached Hazelnut Butter for the first time in like 2 weeks. Just before stream, because I was getting water and the yogurt drink. And she climbed up. She got on my hand, right? I was so happy because like with the way my sister was describing her lately, she's been really like rude and petty and ignoring her. So I didn't think she'd get on my hand, but she did, and then she climbed up my arm and onto the surface of the cage. So that was awkward, but we got her and we put her back in. She's so stupid. I miss the feeling of her climbing all around me. It's just so cute. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna take steroids now. And see how that affects my stream, cause like I've had enough of yap mucus. So I'm gonna try this thing. I think it helped last night, but obviously I wasn't streaming like after the Leah collab, which if you haven't watched it, gulp, but all right, let's see. So how does this work? So okay, clean it. 1 nostril kind of off center. Breathe in gently. Okay, clean it again. And then other nostril, off center. All right, cool. Great. Okay, hopefully that helps with the mucus and I don't fucking eat shit. Yay! Putting that away. Alright. Yippee! I appreciate that you gave us a visual for it. Of course. Alright, and then, what is this? 20 grams Chobani yogurt. Oh, it did not. Okay, it just did not. Okay, 20 grams protein. Why is it so laggy? What? 7475, thank you. The age of yap mucus is over. Gone are the days of sniffle. Psh. Use the next, and there will be never sniffle ham again. Ham up! Ham up! Well, who knows, maybe the mucus will still be there because I'm drinking yogurt. Yaksha, thank you. We can suffer together. I got pink eye! How do you transmit pink eye? What even is pink eye? Alright, okay, and just in case, so I made a side Twitter account. If anyone gaffs. Hold on. I'm pulling it up. Okay, where is it? Bianca, thank you. Just dropping by to say thank you for giving Doggo the GPU. Very sweet of you, Hamtaro. Yes, yes. Yes, of course, that's right. And I just wanted to like just verbally explain my bio because someone said they were ESL and Grok couldn't help them, and I'm like, why the fuck would you ask Grok? So I promptly blocked Grok, and then oh yeah, I'm going block happy, bro. Don't pay attention to that part. Anyways. Anyways, so my username, prefacing the explanation with hamster posting. I took the username hamster posting, and I think that was it's a pretty fucking good username, right? So my bio reads, going ham and stirring up her insides till I go postal. Alright, now let's break this down. Going ham. What does going ham mean? Anyone have anyone with the answer? What does going ham mean? Mike Lyles, thank you, Grok. Is this true that Eimi blocked you? Grok can't answer, baby. So when are you gonna post a single hamster? Me when I'm dumb? Me when I'm stupid? Me when I'm stupid and dumb and stupid?
I don't bother with these hoes. Don't let these hoes bother me. They see pictures, they say post. Bitch, I'm who they tryna be.
Like, okay. Anyway. Going crazy, going feral. Who doesn't know going ham? It's okay. We gotta cover all our bases here, okay? Comment, thank you. You're cooking a ham for the holidays. I was making a handmade sirloin ham. Sirloin ham? I don't know, in Mabinogi. But then I stopped playing Mabinogi for a bit. I'm still AFKing though. I'm still sitting there. But I haven't been doing as much as my dailies. Because I reached cumulative level 40,000, and then that took away my daily rebirths, and I'm like, fuck. Okay, well. Anyways, okay, so going ham, we established going ham means going crazy, going all in, right? Stirring up her insides. Okay, obviously you don't stir with this spelling, right? It's more of an oral, like, pun. I'm going hamster. Hamster. But I'm using stir as in I'm stirring up some cake batter. I'm stirring a potion in the cauldron. I'm stirring my soup before drinking it, you know? But I spelled it with S-T-E-R because that's the second half of the word hamster. So we're going ham and we're stirring up her insides, meaning stirring up her insides means we're fucking her silly. We got the penis and the vagina, and we're really getting in there. We're really rearranging the guts, you know? Alright? Till I go postal. What does going postal mean? Would anyone like to raise their hands? Would anyone like to raise their hands? Like a mailman? Yes. Okay. Yes. I do not know. Delivering mail? Yes. Okay. YouTube won't let me say it. You mail it to your friends? I guess. Going postal means going on a homicidal rampage. Is it really a rampage? Only the video game title informs me. Okay, so going postal. Is everyone here acquainted with the Unabomber? Oh? So that's what going postal means. Anonymous Parasocial for Emma, thank you. Let me pull up my stream elements. I can't see what you wrote. Thank you for revealing your alt. I can now get my daily Eimi dose on demand. Yeah, I'm trying to spread my rings, trying not to stay cooped up in my hamster wheel in the Eimi Isami fan cord. But unfortunately but this means like because I'm here now, I'm accruing a block list. If you get blocked by hamster posting, it is not an indictment of your character, and I mean no ill will, I just don't want you near me. Okay. My grandpa's old coworker was in the same prison as a Unabomber? That's crazy. He isn't actually related to the saying going postal. It's down to mail carriers having a very stressful job and an above average rate of cracking and exploding on their coworkers. You can't see me, but I'm gesturing to the yeah. Actually, the term going postal refers to a trend in the 20th century for United States postal servicemen to suddenly break down and commit indiscriminate homicide. Yeah. So this entire thing is like, my entire Twitter bio can just be summarized as going stupid, going crazy. Yay! Salty, thank you. What would hurt you more, Amy? Hajime Hinata doing the chopped Deku voice or Akun doing it? Probably Akun. They may make an appearance at an event. What event? What? I feel like Akun's voice is chopped Deku. What are you talking about? If you get Johnny Young Bosch doing a chopped Deku voice, I'd actually kill myself. Can you make him speak normally? Thank you. Please. Please don't do that to me. I'm on my knees. Please don't do that. Yogurt! Yogurt! Okay. Anyways, so yeah, this is my alt Twitter account. And I've been kind of going crazy. Georgia and Atlanta. They think Anime Weekend Atlanta was like not just a weekend. Awesome. Anyways, I've been tweeting some bangers. If you give a fuck. If you really give a fuck. Ask Grok to explain this post? I don't think I will. I don't think I will do that. Oh my god, stream retention at an all-time low. People are already forgetting I already blocked Grok on this account. Silly chat. I would say the ESL fans appreciate the explanations, but who knows since they don't fucking speak English, right? More like the people on Twitter don't watch streams, so like I feel like my explanation just went to the void and didn't reach whoever didn't get it. It's okay, it's whatever. Oh yeah, let me just complain real quick. I tweeted this because I was like, wow, already 3,000 followers. It's just like, there's no way so many of you give a fuck about what Hamster says, right? So I'm like, lots of people following this account, but not tuning into streams. I will do nothing with this information and keep tweeting. Just like an observation, not even an indictment on people who don't watch streams. Like, I don't even say anything. And then everyone's like, I have prior obligations that make it difficult for me to attend streams. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. Please forgive me. Please. I'm sorry. Low retention rates. Actually, did you know that Twitter has the lowest carryover rates on social media? And I'm like, you guys don't do this Twitter shit, like, properly. Y'all don't know how to Twitter. Actually, maybe one may argue that everyone in this, all 79 replies are actually engaging with Twitter properly, because this entire thread is like, hey, I noticed a lot of people eating pancakes. Hi. But not waffles. Interesting. And all the replies are like, I'm sorry, I don't hate waffles, okay? I just have a bit of a, the texture, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I don't eat waffles. And it's just like, I don't... Hello? Guest, happy 4 months. I will do nothing with this membership and keep lurking. I salute you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. It's like, play stupid games, get stupid prizes. I'm like, sometimes I forget. Twitter's a magical place. Yay! Yippee! You're the only person I have Twitter notifications on for. I'm so fucking sorry, okay? My retweet rampage earlier was kind of insane. Like, what is she on about? What do you mean, welcome to the Umineko Goon Sesh? Like, what? Look at my fucking Final Fantasy screen caps, man. Okay, but can we get Dan and Phil at FaceCon? No. Your main's the only one to have notifications on. That's the intent. That's the intention, right? Like, I didn't want to clog people's notifications on my main account, so I just decided, okay, I'll just go stupid crazy retweet spamming on a side account. Yay! Can you stop making the joke? Wait, can I do this? Okay, alright. Alright. I have Twitter Hime and Twitter Amy. Bleh. Just look at our following. There's Rooney, there's Eepy, and there's Leah. I think that's it for FaZe. And also I'm following Yandere Eito Aotsuki because why wouldn't I? And other oomps, miscellaneous oomps. There's Nelly and Nemimi. But don't worry about it. Address me. Okay. What now? What now? What now? The game? Oh, you lost. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Let's just be... The way I can't see the reply because I have Grok blocked. My god. Like... Sigh. Okay, I will watch one of your circus shows. Sigh. Okay. I guess. Okay. Alright. Like, what do you want me to say to this? I'm awake sawdust, don't worry. I'm sorry it's been 25 minutes and there's still no Yuri on the screen, but I'm working on it, okay? What the fuck is this? We're terrified of the FaZe girls being disappointed in us. Just always assume the worst. Just always assume the worst, man. That's why I always assume looked at him like he was trash means disagree. Hey, why isn't the text green? Okay. Anyways. I'm really good at this tweeting thing. She's super funny and the background music is kind of addicting. Wee wee. Where's the... Okay. Amy on the rampage, yeah. Your second account serves the sole purpose of you getting rage baited. I know, it's awesome. I deleted my reply. Don't perceive me. No, come back. Come back. Sigh. Okay. Another sigh? Oh my god. Sigh. Why are there so many of them? Oh my god. Streamer? I already know her. Oh my god. Ay. Liquid Skelly. I didn't even know you had a Twitter account. Shaking my head. Man. What kind of fucking username is that? I'm scared to click on this account, so I'm not gonna click on it. But dude didn't even touch Stormblood. Amazing. I have to read the completed quest summaries to catch up to the story again. Okay. Anyways. I have feelings for you. Oh, okay. Wait, how do I respond to this? Okay, here's a pro tip for any of you people needing Twitter professional tweeting tips. Just search up Stan Twitter and you'll get the funniest ones. See, first option. Oh my god. It's okay, Astral's oomph. I can do this. I can reply like this. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Oh god. I don't even know how to respond to this properly. Okay, let's try it. Let's try again. Stan Twitter. Maybe one word? Stan Twit? There you go. Had this white woman. You've been addressed. Congratulations. Alright. I'm scared. Don't worry about it. Okay. That's a robot? That's so rude. Okay, we're just gonna go. I wonder also, like, I feel like because, like, I can't shut up. Let's see. Am I like... Dude, I don't even know, like, where... Hold on. Maybe I gotta go to my notifications. Okay, here you go. Can I view... Post engagements? There you go. I don't think many people realized I already did do this. I did do that. I don't know how else to stress to this. I already did. Just join stream. I was their car cat. Blame Yorick, okay? Is it hamster? Close! But not quite. That's just thank you. Does this mean no more exclusive Discord ham? If I get like really rage baited on Twitter.com, I'll retreat to my wheel. But for now, I'm trying to truly like bring the great filtering upon me on this account. I have a job to do. Okay. Alright. Yay! No, I don't fuck with Discord. That's okay. Yeah, I feel like, so right now it's just me tweeting waiting rooms and other... Not tweeting, in the hamster wheel. Teehee? So we get Hazelnut Butter posting on the side account. I think Hazelnut Butter posting is a main account feature. Doesn't need to be hidden away. Alright. Okay. We're putting away the fucking Twitter. And we're putting away the Christmas spirit. Okay. Alright, where's Of the Devil? Yuri! Alright, let me... Can you guys hear my dad talking in the background? I don't even know what he's saying. Yuri! I played through and beat the prologue and episode 1. Oh yeah! Welcome to the episode 2 mines. Can't tell, huh? Okay. I'm okay with that. Alright, we're continuing. Yay! Okay, let me drink more of this fuck-ass yogurt. We're back in the fucking courtroom again! And then drink water? And empty whatever is left of that, and hopefully that will be the last time I whip out the tissues. Hopefully. Okay. Here we go. Let's sit back. Snotty ham, I'm sorry. Okay. They must have weighed me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay or look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that scientists completed, Adonai? The report on the bindings? Yeah. Oh, I gotta look at that. Summary of forensic DNA analysis. Sweat matches of Sosuke. Blood. Sosuke and Miller. Eh? Why would... Did he bite him? Eh? Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. Huh? You're looking much better. Oh, I guess they, did not. Okay, whatever. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection?
Sosuke consented to an intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night.
You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. The interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who's confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail.
What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest?
I slept like a rock. While drunk Detective Reyes was just sleeping in my bed, but don't worry about that. Eventually? Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military, on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh.
Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though?
Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you'd been thrown through a windshield.
Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided.
Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. I'm blushing anyway. Then why are you blushing?
Hi, Trash Boat! Hi!
It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Yeah, that's like a mullet point. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy! He wants to be pretty.
Thank you for clarifying that for the court, Detective.
That was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were the second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on record so that I can look it over. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Okay.
As for next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. It seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger.
Not entirely, Your Honor. I know what a nothing burger is, and my client waives his right to decline.
Does he now?
Sosuke Ikaria. I'm a head of personnel security at the Ikaria Financial Group.
And the IFG, that's a family-run small business, mom-and-pop operation, I take it.
Family-run.
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself?
I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain.
How about after the pain? How did it end?
I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin.
Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume?
Objection! I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent,
didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show the witness has admitted to wielding the same mag US used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it, the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember. Oh! Blueberry Raid! Hi, Raiders! Hi, Raiders! Chipotle Bear Raid! Oh, shit! I could go for a burrito right now. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy in my tummy, tummy. Chipotle and photography. Yeah, I saw Uruka's, like, photos she tweeted. That shit was awesome. She should make more. Do more of that. Yippee! Hello, Raiders. I'm kind of in the middle of a court proceeding, so not much chat interaction, more reading out loud. So if you wanna tune into Toxic Yuri, L, and Kira, except woman lawyers, then stick around. But otherwise, it's okay. Smiles at you. Jury duty chat. Okay, well here's the thing. Chat is a biased party because we. So remember the Al and Kira part of the equation? We kind of fucking did it. We kind of did it. So we know that our client's innocent, okay? Demonia, thank you. Hi, Amy. Did you hear about Shion's question to Uruka? No. I haven't. Smiles. I haven't. I know not what you speak of. Let me drink some more water. You know what? I don't need to know. I'll look into this later. For now, I have a trial. It's about the Squirt Squad. Okay. Alright, now I don't want to know. Alright. Alright, what the fuck? Okay. Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. So he admits it. You remember holding your sword? Ooh, that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read by rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial? Ouch! Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now. Alright, let's go. I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Managed to untie my bindings and stumbled forward. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think to do was bend down to pick Yoru up off the floor. The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me. Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he? No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. Oh, okay. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Okay. Okay. Wanna bet? Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings, not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to the statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they've clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used the blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence that they have had to been cut by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass! Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves. Okay. Where's Yoru? Okay. Blood residue. Fuck, Miller. Okay, it could have been. Well, okay, the point I'm trying to make right now is that the blood only has Miller and Sosuke. Oh, Smiles? Heavens. Oh, Heaven Smile. Yeah, okay, that's just the one guy. Okay. Yeah, Miller. So shouldn't have been... Fingerprints. Okay, yeah. No, we're not doing that. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if you could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings, you'll notice your client's blood. Obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall, by your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. That's... kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying! That's not possible! You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen a gun, killed Tanks and Creek, then picked up his sword, as he just stated in his testimony, and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrist bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talent. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his binding to the sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement. Alright, we're bringing out the big guns, huh? Alright, we're bringing out the big guns. Hey, Your Honor, I found this at the crime scene, by the way. What if my client had simply used this to break out? Ooh, 11 coins. I'm so rich. What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible! What she said! There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did. Need her to submit video evidence the entire afternoon to verify it? Doubting Thomas? It's not the android I'd have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings, AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster? Yorick, thank you. My dad was watching Uruka when she raided Amy. He turned and asked me if this Homestuck art style was that lawyer game I told him about. All I'm saying is that I wouldn't be surprised if the artists on the team made Homestuck fan art before. Anyways. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally non-suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Does his blood type? Is his blood type? What's good here? I don't know. Right handprint on handle. Blood from Sosuke. I think Aries made a good point about the prints. This knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Do you think... I don't know if the med records... I don't know if the med records include his blood type. Oh! Cut on left-hand finger! Oh, I did not see that. Okay. Okay, here we go. I completely did not read that. There you go. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record. A little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are. What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention not to Sosuke's shirtless photos and to one specific item. Slight laceration found on left hand. What do you mean, slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like, when he was using a knife to cut himself out of the bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin. But not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative. That blood type doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my Counselor Morgan. Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and as thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck. Would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd, hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect, Ukemi. In other words, then... So I'm so happy to learn you a month. Wait, didn't I just send one of these the other day? Oh well. Hi, boss. Scurries away. Balls, balls, balls! Wow, so talented. So talented, Desu. Goodbye, Soitsu. Goodbye. Wait. You're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck? Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass metal... It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. You can overturn this entire case in an instant depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand. It was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool! So does anyone have her number? Is there a group chat for everyone who works for the government, or... Dr. Sato's already on her way. So there is a group chat. And I'm not in it. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess you just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possible critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Zionist security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Han? Miss Han? Adelaide Han, site manager at Zionist security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 35631B. 319B. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe, but what should I call you, though? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as your honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but... We in science security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drone. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Sinus Security is a Sal corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions. Oh, I never looked at this one. I'll look at that later. A Cell corporation is an informal, rather legal label for a business that operates without any clear or explicit knowledge of who its parent or sibling companies may be. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, why not? The name comes from late 19th and early 20th century covert cell systems, often employed by terrorist or paramilitary organizations. As there is no technical definition of what constitutes as a cell corporation, the experiences of employees operating within such companies are vary greatly, but it is commonly reported that individuals are expected to complete their work without full information about how their jobs slot into greater corporate structure. While many consider the comparison inappropriate or even libelous, there's nothing illegal about the organizational structure, and some consider it a prudent measure to reduce the risk of trade secrets leaking to competitors. Users also frequently searched for, "What is my job?" Okay. Virtual work release? I'm sorry, what? Hey there, due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Galay, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Oh, this is the prison program, right? Where they shave your head and lobotomize you? Okay. Alright. Benbones, hi! Welcome, desu! Yay, desu! AKA, the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile? Can I get a popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms? I don't even know what the hell a fiefdom is. What the fuck is that? Hold on, let me pull up my phone. What the fuck is that? Huh? Fiefdom. The estate or domain of a feudal lord. Oh. Okay. Alright. Woohoo! It's like Findom, but there's no sexuality. You're just in debt. +2? You know, I'll give you a +2. Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal. Capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor. It's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor. My turn. Oh boy! She's so hot when she's threatening to bring the full might of the state down onto your entire organization. Oh my god, I love Emma. I want to know what's wrong with her so bad. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime, and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Scientist Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. A lot of naps in parked cars. Let's slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Scientist. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork? The front door was Scientist. The individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust the fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. It was a warm night, I'll bet. Are you asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene and the room directly below it, were their windows open? Yes. Those windows were open when Scientist arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. Why was the building made soundproof? Dunno. I'm not a building inspector, and I got the impression this wasn't a place that cared about certifications. You oversaw the site for days, and yet you can't tell the court. The witness has already answered, Your Honor. A witness that knows when to stop talking. At least I'm no worse off for having asked. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yeah, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. I don't need any more info because I already have a blackjack. Thank you. That was very, very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Yay! What the hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it? Yeah, what she said! Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically. So it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case... If we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then... Where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key, how convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Oh, we're doing that? Oh, we're doing that. It's the dumpster, right? Right? Because it has signs being moved? It has to be. Dumpster! The dumpster? Why is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster's clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see those marks, counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster?
Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant.
Or a setting stone. Or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... Whoa. No. Han? Because she has modded arms? Hold on. The steroids aren't working! No! Fuck my Baka Chungus life. Okay. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor! Oh, Damon, thank you! The cop, you're framing him as corrupt?
Nuh-uh. Silly Billy, the cop shot the door down.
We can't get away with that. Even if we are trying to frame him. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find the spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Man, I couldn't push over a flower. The fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've said.
We could check for your fingerprints on the front door.
You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. That's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted. And addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley. Would we? No. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster, Zan? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing! What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before scientists showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. What the hell is that?
Anai, did you really have to do that again?
What is happening right now? Oh, this is a simple whistle. Every time I press it... Ah! Every ad at the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom. Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course.
Near where Creek's body lay.
Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them when you find a button, you press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Santos testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those 2 officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No, at that point she would have had to hide. We're just saying shit now, huh? Where's the evidence, Morgan? You're just making shit up! Since they didn't see her, logically, you must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it's also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier?
Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? 2 police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked? Perhaps by a spare master key?
Is that some kind of big deal?
Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be, if you want to do some backstabbing. Oh, you gotta be shitting me, that's... big one. Hold on. Should I try sniffing more steroids? The paper said I can get away with what was it? The paper said I can get two pumps of mist into each nostril every day as an adult. Because I'm an adult hamster. Do you think another one would help? Let me find the paper again. Where's the paper, Desu? I had the paper on me, Desu. Where's the paper? Where's the paper detailing the dosage, Desu? I just had it. It fell onto the floor, Desu. Okay. Alright. Users age 12 or older use 2 sprays in each nostril every day. Okay. Alright. Fuck it, we bah. We're trying again. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right, here we go. That's one. And that's two. Okay, that should be it for today then. Goodbye, steroids. Goodbye. That's some creative geometry you're employing, counselor. Imagining the witness is somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's... Non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table... How could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted by it at the window, maybe, or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol... The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to your actions would be... Right? Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... When Han moved the dumpster in order to get the spare key? My bad. I wasn't thinking. After the officer... You're fucking dumb, counselor. Oh, okay. Getting things wrong is okay, actually. Allow me to rephrase. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer, that must have been when Han landed? Landed though? I don't know. The sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape. And onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using a dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain a thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful?
I hear ya.
Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You aren't telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? Well, let's think about it. Who else could it be? Who else could it be? Rogers? Are you the type to implicate a beautiful woman of murder? Yes. I support women's wrongs. Could anyone else have done it? Could anyone else have done it? I don't know. Like, and... Hold on. Okay. Because if that was her, that would mean like... I don't know. I don't know about this one. It doesn't make sense. Cause if they heard Han landing on the dumpster and then Chopin was like, okay, let's split up. You stay here, I go upstairs. Han's already on street level. How the fuck would she be able to go past Rogers and like stab Chopin if she was already on the dumpster? Because there's no fire escape. It makes sense if it was like some sort of other noise and she was still upstairs, but... Maybe, okay, let's try thinking of it another way then. What else could have the noise been? A thump? But... Yeah, I can't think of any explanation that would make it so that Han stayed behind to kill Chopin. If my theory is right, the music is seeding, so that means we were correct. If my theory is right, that it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. Ugh, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And consider the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie! Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. They're forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you?
With Sosuke?
Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly not still concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me.
Very well, Adonai. Good luck.
What's happening? Wait, I don't know how courts work. Played several Ace Attorney games and doesn't know what's going on. What does this mean? The place empties out faster than I thought.
No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells, no whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record.
Thank you, Ad. So you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just gonna be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think I give a shit about what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard?
What's an old guard?
The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder.
Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special?
Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I did. Oh, okay. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you'd like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, and he exactly got me Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders, I got the alarm on the phone. Knew it was Creek, because the whistles all have special frequencies. You gotta set them to your device if you want to listen for them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. As fast as that way, on foot. Usually is, in the lower wards. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and just got my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used a spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs, he was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They're separated on the second floor without any prompting? Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin, just before Sosuke snuck up on him. Rolling my eyes. I liked Krieg. His boys were alright too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to, but I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. A guy on the second floor shouted after me. They're in the alley. I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a science rep now. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay, at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out counselor, didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here.
I'm still here. I like theatrics.
I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now, I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about?
This one, that's
Why go to such efforts to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer. That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice.
didn't see that coming.
Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor! Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain. Because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. Zionist security? You leaked the red ink? Krieg never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass is a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old God knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart, everything they feared in the Youngblood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when the hosts got too full of themselves. Started to think they were the ones bringing in money, they were the ones who should keep it. Just put him on the grind. Grind him to dust. One old bastard had him trying to grab that Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected him to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off his Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you panicked. How could you have noticed? The paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure.
Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it?
Removing an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the ARCs had right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. Low rewards, survival tactics, hide in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes' body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill. The one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness. Even though all we managed to establish is that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around.
You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid?
Just because those papers originated on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into
Dr. Sato! She has some evidence, or DNA, or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Should we let her in?
Oh, Ad 84, I love you. I love you, 8084. I'm gonna drink water. I love updated autopsy reports. Yes! I hope we have her every single trial, and Morgan's just like, why the fuck?
Should we let her in?
Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so
I can cry if I want to! Open her up! And kick the flirt out!
Hey, Miss Morgan. That Ikarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Ugh. Her tattoos are insane. That is a shirt, right? Not tattoos? No, those are tattoos. Oh, fuck.
You're crazy, Dr. Sato. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two.
That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine.
Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana. Considering what we discussed yesterday, I'd be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything. Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found A, B, and B samples on it, I found one more blood type as well, A positive. 3 people caught with one knife? That can't be hygienic. That'd be really funny, hold on. Wait, funniest? Okay. Wait! Okay, well... a lot of people have... Okay, wait, hold on. It's okay. Morgan's okay. Glintlock, thank you. Did you see who? What? Giant populist Labubu talking about 6'7". What in God's name are you talking about, brother? And Sosuke has... Okay, so a lot of people have AB negative. A lot of people have AB negative. Yay! But who has A positive? Okay, yeah, she's not at the scene of the crime. Okay. Wait, what?
Abibiyama, hi! Hi! Hello!
Okay, you can leave now. Bye! Okay, so Chopin had A positive. Is he the only one in this goddamn chapter? Okay, no. Well, yes. That's relevant to the case with A positive? Oh my god. Okay, Mireille wasn't at the scene of the crime. She didn't mention the negative on the AB. The negatives were from the previous, from Sarah's initial analysis.
3 people cut with one knife? That can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine.
A positive blood. Who was there that night that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So, either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife, with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed.
But wait, that almost sounds like...
an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of the doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana, something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago, and the defense has theorized the fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes? But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Okay, but this song is so cool. I don't want it to stop.
that base. Okay. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us A positive blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the ARCs. That means it had to have been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. You're basing this on the blood.
Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah.
It's the amounts of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes. Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, then the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor? This may just be a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. Sosuke was just there, man. He could have been standing, chilling, and they would have arrested him anyway. Right? Yeah, I feel like he was too out of it to really do anything else. Nope. 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 I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. Ah, that's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve?
It made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up.
Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink docs at that scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just so that his blood would cover up the red ink docs. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. What? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals. He'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he'd killed his captors? Just something along those lines?
So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not?
That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness.
Oh, boy! Yay!
So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers?
A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments.
Colder than stabbing someone in the back?
In some ways.
Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. No problem. Where is everybody, though?
Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once.
Celerity?
Speed! Trial's gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again.
We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of the audience to be intimidating. Nah, I guess not.
Where did we leave off with this guy, anyway?
I believe that lawyer over there had just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor, that he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that! Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day?
Tempting. But I guess we'd rather not.
Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on that scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shut out the lock.
Adonai, are you waiting for something, perhaps?
Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off.
Quit that already! As I mentioned, I feel many times by now that it is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry. Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone ever told you it's poor taste to use the same trick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... Are you gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed in that device, do you not? Yes, I do. Is that in line with the department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
It's not breaking any regulations.
It doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check. If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards.
What do you mean?
It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where?
Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got to figure this that you ask, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon. So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatters of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia? Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry, and that goes double for information.
So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
No, not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed in any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact.
What?
I see. The hell's she reading over there? Officer Rogers. Testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Haven't seen a submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion.
That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel?
The Blue Bloods would find their line is compromised within minutes.
Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away.
Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself.
Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court.
You know what I mean? Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believe it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added.
So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency?
Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have attained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that this signal was acquired illegitimately,
I never said I couldn't prove that. Oh, shit. Alright, Right? Right? 'Cause... Right?
the gun, what of it? Not just any gun. A Mag US legally registered to Anchor Tan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tan was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. That report! Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report? You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tank's phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. The hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew where to exactly look. The same reason he'd been ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars! You wanted to be the first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor, and losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or else they would have never received the frequency at all.
So if person H is on foot, an individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m., that seems like an irrelevant factor.
All the court needs to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range?
Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful.
This isn't geometry, damn it. It's just logic. The fact is, they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment?
It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor.
Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Fuck. Fuck. Fuck my Baka Chungus life. I don't remember specifically what Han said, so I don't, and it's not in here, so. It's not there. I don't have it. It was never submitted to the court. I mean, at least my personal records. See, I only have Han's card, not her testimony. Of course I have evidence that explains this contradiction. I just have to go get it. Yeah, fuck off. Smooth, counselor, flawless, really. I may not have the evidence on hand, Your Honor. But sometimes, living in a surveillance police state has its perks. Pardon? Like when you want to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I have formally subpoenaed all of it. What?
What?
Can't you do that?
I'm not sure. I'm still learning.
Rhea's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was your dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene?
Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object?
The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed, perhaps, from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Officer Rogers?
He seems different.
Hardly recognize him. Agreed. But I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. Though there are corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here? Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor 10. He entered it into both our receiver apps at the same time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice in the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive toward Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction. So you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency. But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an orca gunfight without backup. You could have had backup, easily. My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings, and I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit the role of my own cowardice played in these events, nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer. Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shot the lock off a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another? Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up. First to arrive on the scene, we know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner. That's what you were talking about?
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He was merely giving the facts as he knows them.
And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway. That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check. That's a new detail, Officer Rogers. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime.
A bloody knife which somehow ended up down in the dumps.
Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb, wrong move. But I do know scientists is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut down his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does this have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you one. Is it the testimony? Cause like, if Sosuke killed Miller and then cut his bindings, where the fuck did the knife go? Right? We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds, and Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about, where'd you find it?
In the trash.
Down in the alley? Well then, some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio-waste. Or some scientist lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know, because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin.
We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out the building. If Rogers never left the room all night, then someone else must have moved it.
Could he have? Could he have?
What do you guys think?
Cause, reminder, the bin was burnt. It was burning. If he did remove the knife, yeah. But the arcs wasn't generated until Reyes arrived on the scene because neither of them had body cams, right? Yeah. 0 points for you.
0 points again.
All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D? It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was step out into the fire escape and drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of shot-put-ball bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity is convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit and...
I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics.
Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? It's a pretty heavy knife, I'd imagine. It's Morgan's knife, too, so it's probably, like, good quality.
Practiced martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself, and me, might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task.
Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination?
Eloquently put, Your Honor.
So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Check. Fuck. Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just must be that, for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass, the piss poor aim that London mentioned? How dare you mention me piss on the poor?
Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy?
It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Good lord, you'd have to be trying to...
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would exactly be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best.
But then what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sosuke got the bruises. So we accepted that line of reasoning, but if I assume he's more dangerous than he'd led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards, and we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life, that's all he'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor? I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force? If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all. But I imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you? It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections.
Then let's hear it. Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber.
I'm not a machine. Or a robber.
Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
What kind of joke is that? Okay. When that blue blood flowed down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out of the second floor window. But then, I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that, and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped the knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it.
Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story. Very interesting, Nessie.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune, but he is giving more detail than ever before, and one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead? When it was the back of his head that was injured. What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand.
Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt.
To get my head checked? That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull. She's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we are, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible.
Sosuke's injuries. They've mostly healed as of this morning.
Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we extend this trial indefinitely with both the people and the defense flying in X-ray specialists and contusion analysis to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. If the head wound is open to interpretation, then... If he fell on his back, why isn't there blood on his back? There's no bruises on his back. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers. Peepers? Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards, but what would he have fallen onto?
In that room? Probably blood and guts. Yuck!
You're exactly right.
All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today.
He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise. When he was no threat to you? What? No? Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use the lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me!
True.
I don't deny it.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull.
Not quite.
Excuse me.
I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
You mean he was asleep?
No. Considering he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time, Sosuke Ikaria was... My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and...
Because I thought you would want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly.
What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What?
It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown.
As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it off the ground. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic.
Tactics are for freshening your breath.
What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of the holding room and then immediately was hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Ooh, I love maps! Sosuke had to get out his bindings first, then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned keeping quiet as he went. Okay, yeah. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room here. But the door opens that way, huh? That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Oh, those are dragging marks. Looks like he dropped a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we could see where we discovered on the floor. I was just gonna brush it off as like pants being soaked in blood or something.
Those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently?
Yeah.
I was hoping to learn that technique.
Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikaria was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back, and the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer? There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. Woman, am I right? You what? None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke and then I, what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him! You... It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart, and the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... What do you guys think? 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 I think it's fallen behind. Wasn't that supported by testimony? Taking the lead? And then what? Okay, but and then what? Right? What would it mean to take the lead?
Wait. Okay, hold on. So I'm trying to brain blast. So he hid and knocked Sosuke out. So he was in the room first, because then if Sosuke was still picking up his sword, the sword wasn't in the body. You were the one who took point, not your partner. Excuse me? Chopin shot open the lock, sure. I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming here anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked. And Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you! I testified! So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection, mischaracterization of testimony. The witness in the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Roger shot it down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the window behind Krieg's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice the commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor. This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying! There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. Oh boy! Always gamble, always gamble! That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's just not any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stalked from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the second floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Ah! Counselor! Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously, Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning, the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact, none of this shit matters! This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense! Why would I do something like that?
Kappa Holly, thank you. Good luck solving this mystery and good night, boss. One more day of work and I'm off for a week. Oh, yay, yippee! I'll watch the 7-hour VOD later. Yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee! Woohoo! Gamba!
Okay, yeah. Why the fuck would I do that? It depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume? What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick-in-the-mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel is just badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it, at the city's expense. But it also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who just lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was gritting ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's not possible.
Do the people have anything to add?
Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes? How long were you there before your partner alerted to you that someone was escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes, less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described? No, nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried making them public, essentially? Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner. Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Check. Fuck. A damn good question, Your Honor.
Do we have an answer for it?
I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd have just tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view... Were they? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not in the desk? I remember taking them out of the creek safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just... Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Roger's boot. Before I left, I reorganized things. I tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I... stacked things neatly.
Yoo-hoo! Counselor! Any cuckoos in or around the nest?
Pardon me, Your Officer. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had at the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene where there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. Oh, you've got to be. What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have had to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, Something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officer knew this was the sign of orca violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the goddamn place. And if the red ink dots were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? His own parents' names?
Bioteer, thank you. Hi, Hamster. I have begun Blast Blue. This is next. Yay! I hope you have fun. Mashing those buttons.
Getting incestuous arrogant CGs. I don't know what Blast Blue's about. If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left or traded on? I just don't like that leading question. But I guess this is a question that matters. What could have drawn Chopin's eye? So it has to be the dark card, right? When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on some papers. You think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how is this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card. Seems like a little more than a fancy credit card to you or I. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Your Honor, this speculation! Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad. Your Honor, we know he must have picked it up. Oh, it was? Oh shit, I didn't even know. LOL. And that datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm really proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened... Hey. Seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the fuck is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of it. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing in first sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, but just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money. Just bad with debt. Can never seem to get rid of the stuff. But even though I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at the goddamn crime scene! You mean... Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway. And I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingertips on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You never know I was ever there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that, but the city's only ever gonna hear that some Icarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks, and that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Right.
Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that The jury? Surely they can see...
The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury...
Heidi! Your Honor! The jury!
Give me a second to think here, girl! I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor and maybe the jury sees things our way. But there are no guarantees.
After all that, it's just...
Comes down to gamble.
always does.
Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. I just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree.
About what exactly?
About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we could reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the Reading documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Put all that together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events.
Emma! Did you get hit in the head too?
What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. What? What? His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. Oh, what? What are you? No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? That's right, the bat. Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? We're just throwing shit at the wall. We're just throwing shit at the wall. The mag US that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget your wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints of that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh. Sorry, I guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment! What the hell is wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife and you know it! Oh, my mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear... oh, that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You... oh, dear. What? What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long
have you known that it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? So are these two. Because, like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So, I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife, and the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0? We had already emptied the courtroom by then, a courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You... For some blue blood rat, you crazy harpy! Trying to trick me at the last second! You think I walked in there unprepared? No, of course not! She's right there, Rockford, the prosecutor! Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife! Oh, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a hand full of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already! Just say it! But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along. Where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say it! Shut up! What? Just shut up! Oh my god, is it that hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking! You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty! Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the account of Vicaria! He's the murders from the mob! We can put him away! They don't want to put him away! Not for your crime, not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer! Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Knee-ability is assassinating each other. Let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wars, let him sort them out, it keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, if she's not gonna twist the knife herself up, I shall not go waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. You sadist bitch! He was counting on Emma to step in, now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm was out, you jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could have been a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the 2nd floor and proceeded to the 3rd floor on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out with 1 blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. And while you were scanning the alley from the 2nd floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognized. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery.
He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke. Hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew that once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the Redding from getting on record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all! That's all a lie! Just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork! The Hand of Ikaria is standing right there next to you! The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us! No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority. The Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So, considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would have been, well... you! What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you could keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you. And the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Your Blues coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me. You feeling lucky? Well? You! Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer? You're both... You're all out of your damn mind! Yay! Yay! I need to blow my nose. Oh man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a lot. What the heck? I love it when Emma gets mad, and then Morgan gets to be all hot and sexy. It's the best parts of each episode. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Old neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. Their man on the inside. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitudes sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force. Tariq Chopin. We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be or nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dads. We went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get. Building security. Morning assemblies. Telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke.
There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that the kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? That teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them! At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile. A stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion. So when you two arrived at the building, happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the 2nd floor. He started poking around, and I went straight to the 3rd floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or this pod in my life until we stopped Anchor Ton. Different gens. And I've never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no hound of Ikaria, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood out like that, couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol, found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead, that blue blood bolted, Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out, figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about. Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492? Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited, too. All he could see was forward, barely reading the words in front of his eyes, not giving a shit about anything behind him, not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything that matters, if you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. The goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places, and it poured off that knife like a water fountain. The devil made you do it? Haven't heard that one in a while. If it wasn't for that dark card being there. You know, Tariq told me once. Said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Laughed at him? Shouldn't have lied to him. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the 1st degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. Any other 4 charges of 2nd degree homicide? We will be dismissing the 4 charges of 2nd degree homicide without prejudice. So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pod. Miller's blood having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed, this court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you in the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked? I'm not shocked, I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my... Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist.
I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe I cast the innocent. No, that sounds dumb.
Yay! Woohoo! Confetti starts falling down the ceiling. Yeah, yippee! Oh, goodbye, ID. Goodbye. I'll miss you until next time. I'll see you next year. So, how do you plan on celebrating?
Adonai.
We won? In case you two somehow missed it? And won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to a question that's haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange, owing everything to someone so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea.
Adonai, he made his stance quite clear.
I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I've always stood, protecting my family. Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that.
Sosuke!
Mako, young master! Please forgive me, young master. I failed you, repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor! Oh.
Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number. 100 and... Of course, young master!
You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it?
As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather's outside in the motorcycle and he has had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
The chairman is here? He came here?
The chairman rides a motorcycle?
Shh, not now. Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport.
He is! Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise, Sarah of House Paralegal. Who are you quoting?
Stupid kid. How old is he, 12? Oh my god. Hold on, I need to blow my nose more. Dang. Oh god. Okay. Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, counselor. Yeah, feel free to... Uh-oh. Take Sarah with you. Pardon? If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Well, yes. Well, her eyes immediately sparkling.
Oh yeah, baby back muscles. Oh yes.
She's so fucking interested. Right then, I'll find a corner in which to lift up my shirt.
Can we see too?
Congratulations, counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And? What of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors? You were not among them myself. But when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though, you could be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost. Especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence was just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose... It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sosuke is his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back? Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother his worth. I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. All of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? And now, everyone, this is the part where Morgan gets read to shreds. I hope you do someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then! Bargaining! Morgan was emotionally neglected as a child, and everyone in this
This game will always remind her of it. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down in the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself sinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. Fuck! We don't get to see him shirtless! Morgan's so mad. She's so mad. She's so mad.
Counselor Morgan!
Oh my god, hi! Hi! Oh my god, hi! Ah! Okay. Hi! Hi! Okay.
Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagined you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told.
What do you mean?
Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings.
Figures in red?
That's right. The Rust.
Ah, right. The Rust. Of course. Yeah, of course.
I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's pod did it with such unhinged brutality. And yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards.
Yeah.
Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexuses.
I suppose.
Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... but forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession.
Obsession?
I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan.
Yeah, see you around.
Just don't go telling anyone it was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation.
Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I took off my shirt and showed Sarah my pecs. So... Okay, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got paperwork, and I need alcohol in me now. Oh, you're serious? Of course I am! Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this! And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi! I've never heard of this tradition. I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mireille and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well?
I'll take a rain check.
Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him?
No. No, I didn't do anything. Ah.
Okay. I see. Then perhaps his injuries are just taxing him more than we realized.
Yeah, that must be it. Fucking yakuza. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic was brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot, if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It's 3:49. At 3:51, she's jogging. A non-committal, yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone contacts, after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knees stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palm of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it.
Where did you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's gonna be that exciting every week around here, but... Ew, I thought you had a family thing! Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked, and... I thought... We're the Mystery Club! Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Eve. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it, I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding.
What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who?
What's her name? I don't know, I don't think I've seen her before.
You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary.
Ma'am, she's cold.
That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned.
Eve,
Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. Oh, so they had history. Oh, so they had history. Okay. All right. Okay. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. There you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course, let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. and so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you! You've got a man working on the inside.
I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke.
You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society, now you know where to send them! I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, knew I should have gone with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke, that name they have for you, the Hound. That a title you were given or just part of a mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mireille around like a puppy? I never, who told you Mireille was the heir when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Jokingly. Lovingly. Mireille's right. I don't know anything about... Do you think it's love? One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in the car. Just me, sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it would have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that, lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. Without loving it! And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I can never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better remain astray. I need to know the entire relationship history between Morgan and Emma so badly. I need it so badly. Evil little bug, I show the class your Homestuck fan art? That's a joke. I don't actually want to show the class your Homestuck fan art. That was just a callback to a previous joke in the stream. Thank you. Thank you, MCF Patrick. Thank you, A Renders. Thank you, Patrick and A Renders. Thank you, Zachary Cabral and Lena Rain. Thank you, Brian Mulholland. Thank you, Anna, Kristen, Hugh, Maxie, Sadie, S. Thumbbutt. Is that a real last name? Thomas. Special thanks to Adrian, Alternix, Anna, Baby Yo, Killjoy, VT, Mado, Mammonk. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, and our friends and family, and you, the players. Full attributions available at their card. Made with Unity, Nani novel, and Tween. Oh shit, Pro Builder. Game by Nth Circle. Yay! How can I pay for this game without getting Steam? I don't know. Do they have an itch.io? I don't know. Oh, what? Oh, fuck! Oh, he's showing the picture of Oh, shit. Oh, that's so cute. His boobs are massive. Oh, fuck. Congratulations on clearing episode 2 in High Roller. Bonus charm earned.
Irashai.
Oh, shit.
I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The rest give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small. And the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Rush would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything.
So you gave up?
No, I got scared.
What scared you?
You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar.
Everyone says I'm a liar too.
Are you?
I can't remember. You see... Uh-oh! Someone took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it.
What'd you lose?
My face.
I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red.
Red hair?
What's this?
Gold.
Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help.
You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. Quoting scripture, okay. Crazy episode name, alright. Okay, don't look at me, okay? I know okay, look, don't look at me. Oh wait, I got everything? Okay, never mind. Congratulations! You finished episode 2 with 345 credit. Could be a lot more if I didn't, like, fuck up. Your high score is currently this. I can do better. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 359 remaining story credits to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit in which you finish this episode. Yay! Alright, so these are all old? What's new? I don't know what I haven't seen yet. Oh, surely this, right? Surely starting from this page. Okay. Alright. Maid man. Okay, socks with sandals. Okay, twins. Huh. Really unfortunate you guys lasted like 2 hours before getting killed off, but it's okay. I really liked this episode. This was good. Oh no, chat's covering up the family picture. No, look at the family picture. Oh. Hey, that's so cute. Look at his stupid fucking smile, bro. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh shit! That is a crazy tattoo, what? Okay, yeah, no, yeah. Good job, Sarah. You got to see that in person. Whoa. Dang. Jeez, he had to take his boob harness off to show his tattoo. Yeah, I bet. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. And your little fidget tummy. Ah, your little fidget tummy. Oh, Miss Han. Oh. Yippee. Most French looking man alive. Alright. Man. These are all really good.
Oh, what? Is that him when he was younger? He could get it. I get it. I know now. Oh my god, is that her when she was younger? Okay. Alright. Neo-ability being run by some fine people. Yo, Morgan, why did you go to Host Peak Academy? No wonder you fucking hated your life. You went to Hope's Peak, bro. Bonus scenarios! Yay! Alright! There's different pages of this? Oh boy! Yippee! Okay, my network files capture video interviews Ikaria. Begin playback.
Why rubbing alcohol specifically?
Nostalgia. Reminds me of days spent bandaging scratched knees and blistered knuckles.
You did that for Makoto.
No. Some other boy who is always overexerting himself. I like the smell of blood for the same reason.
Oh,
And antiseptic. And scalpels. That boy was always so hardy. He made for the perfect test subject.
test subject.
I still think about finishing my medical degree sometimes. But I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did.
What hobby is that?
Poison making. What's with that reaction?
You made it sound very intimidating just now.
Oh, I was trying to make it sound exciting. If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they all think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, that I'm going to try and sell them candles.
Well said. Very well said indeed. You have a much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know. I make countless, immaculately thought-out references to Hegel and...
Where the fuck...
Ozymandias.
Ozymandias?
Ozymandias. Ozymandias.
Ozymandias. Ozzy? Ozymandias? Ozzy?
Ozymandias.
Ozymandias. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure, kid.
And that red woman stares at me as if I'm quoting comic books at her. Comic books can be good too.
Comics are for children. Are you a child?
What about graphic novels?
What is a graphic novel?
One Piece, for example. You never watched the anime? Ashita no yume wa...
Oh, One Piece! Who's your favorite? Okay.
Why list King Arthur alongside those other historical figures?
Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know. But
even if his exploits are not factual, it still stands that he united a divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism. He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons. I know. Impressive, wouldn't you say? Very much so. The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own. That's quite impressive. The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times. But I was reading a version with handwritten annotations, so I managed just fine. There was writing in the margins, like a hand-me-down. Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better. Was it given to you by an older family member? Yes. But it was not handed down to me, you see. Oh. And I went on to annotate it further myself, so that I might someday pass it on to some other reader. So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you? Yes.
You've got until I finish smoking this, or I get bored.
Very well.
And I get bored fast.
Oh, well, if our time is limited, perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics.
And just like that, I knew he was gassed. Lowered my frame and flipped him out of the ring in one motion. An overwhelming trampling victory. Best kind there is.
I can imagine.
Oh? You done any wrestling, any MMA yourself, little copper?
Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build.
Sounds like an excuse. You sure you're not just scared?
Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports are not arguments. They are a pure expression of noble competitive spirit.
Huh?
That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge.
Ho ho! Well said, well said. I know exactly what you mean. When you lock eyes, there's nothing else that needs to be said.
I agree.
So what it'll be? Arm wrestling? Sumo? Chess boxing?
Why not? All three.
Good. Very good, you little... Sir, what is it? Can't you see I'm in the middle of... Okay, well, what is it? The VTOL needs to leave now if we're to be on time, sir. Here's a quote then for your little survey, copper. Success can be a prison. But even in a cell, a man who's mastered himself remains a lord.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
What the hell? Mako-tan said that it made perfect sense. And then you engage.
I see.
So you need me to stand here and film you two because... why?
Because those guys teach me how to do a 1-inch punch, and I need it recorded from a distance in order to practice it later.
Why? Because she asked me very politely, Morgan. What more do you want? No, I mean, why do you need to know this, Sarah?
Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantages of a 1-inch punch. Because there is no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent, and deliver maximum force to a critical weak point, even in the tightest of close-quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double for each of them.
What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is likely to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan. And that's not incorrect. Right. Well, I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics.
Adonai?
And so I can state this much with complete and utter certainty. Hey. Hey! Stop! 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 Someone stop her! No! Who let Morgan get her hands on the red text? Why the fuck did she get... Who let her have that ability, bro? When performed by the same person. Hey? All else being equal. Stop! A 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one.
That can't be true!
Why would you? Am I wrong? You didn't have to say it like that. There was no need for you to say it like that. How am I the bad guy here? The fact that you could even say that is... Oh, for... It's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right?
That is true.
See? Perfect Okemi. They're fucking with me. They're fucking with me, dude. Oh my god. Fuck off, man. Alright. That's good. That's so good. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, blueblood.vid. Throwing out flowers always surprises me, actually putting them in the bin. So they end up just withering around my place. I might have some kind of record for number of flowers killed at this point.
Why do you buy so many flowers?
I don't buy them. I get sent them. And chocolates, and wine, and lockets of hair. Sometimes I'll mix together. How these people even know where to... Mama? What? You give anybody my address? What kind of question is that? How do they get my address then? Maybe you stop putting your personal contacts on your business cards. You want to be so easy to find. So now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stalked. Not very forward of you, Mama. Forward? You think I don't know about forward? My generation was woke. Do you even know what that means? You brats don't know shit about political correctness. When I was your age, we'd listen... Oh, she's gonna go on for a while. If you need to save battery or data or whatever. Back in my day, we'd make straw pages and cards and entries and lists and we'd put all of the different phobias. DNI. You don't need to listen to all that, Sarah. It's all from time, very long time ago. You don't need to worry about it.
But this is very interesting. I don't know what a before you follow means. I assume it is to gather consent before following someone. But what is to stop someone from following someone anyway? So this is where you previously worked?
Yeah, I was what they call a #1 gal.
And that involved people buying you lots of drinks.
Selling dreams.
That sounds like a very nice way to make a living.
Nah, it's pretty mean. What are you doing here anyway, gloating? If you're not gonna come back, don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea. Come on, Mama, I'm just sitting here. And the crowd's already gathering. My bad.
Would you ever consider making a return?
Nah, I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it, or the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps. Keep it up, I've been handing you a mop. But I want to be moving up, you know? Always up. And the only places up from here are those cloud palaces where the courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here to up there, and there's no footholds. Either you make it all the way or you fall. Need a little more security in my income than that. Plus, working as security, I get paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesan in the city gets to enjoy that feeling.
Without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership?
Pretty high.
But she also works here as a
manager.
So does she need to?
We're not as rich as the Icario or insane as the rest. We all gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included.
I see. But even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her
age. I think she's comfortable here. She married into the Blue Bloods, you know. In the pictures of her I've seen, the vibe I get, I think she was kind of a trophy wife.
Oh.
Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned on that deal. But she handled it, obviously. And I can't name any other old guard I could tolerate hosting under.
over there! Not whispering anything, mama. Your hearing's just gone to shit. He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Guess he was afraid if she went to a hospital, the paparazzi might notice. Of course, as it turns out, that was the least of our worries that night.
I could pass a message to him if you'd like.
The hell would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him, and he's not taking the bait.
I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment.
Ha! Fat chance! We don't share any blood. We've never met. And if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink.
I think that Sosuke would blink.
Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. But if you wanted to be family... forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. If I look away for 5 seconds, all the talent around here devolves back into high school drama addicts. She took my locker. He stole my deodorant.
No one can deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim.
Thanks. I know. But you still gotta pay for a full hour's worth of that booze.
Would Adonai be upset if I put it under her name?
Okay. Alright. She's married? Yes, she's a widow. Because, you know, Hikaria kind of killed all her husband and his family. And only spared her because she wasn't blood related. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. My files anchor_t private campaign backup session 013. Alright, it's recording. Oh shit. Thanks, you have to record this. If I don't record it, Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week. Guilty as charged. Do you have to video record it? It's fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it, so it's just audio. What's up, Trey? Eyes bothering you again? Huh? Are they flickering? Nah, but you're staring a hole in the wall. Oh, I was just thinking, like, are we cyberpunk? I think we qualify, yeah, but we can go get you some felonies if you're feeling... No, I mean, like, culturally. Is this cyberpunk? What do you mean? Just dice and paper. Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked. Perfect way to fight Big Brother, don't you think? Yeah, but we could do cards or something too. You think playing Goldfish is cyberpunk? Well, no, but like a tabletop RPG? That's what you're on about? I'll be real, you sound dumb as shit right now, man. Huh? There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than a tabletop RPG. He's got a point. Learn your history, Trey. Now, pay attention. As you approach it... Thanks to DM? Oh my fucking god, Morgan! Morgan! You didn't have to kill these guys! Fuck! Oh my god. As you approach the town's walls, swords clanging as shields ring out. Voices rise and arrows are loosed. You've stumbled upon the closing acts of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapets, a stern, horned woman and her long, proud hair slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you. She thinks we're like enemy reinforcements? We kind of are. We got a charter from the dukedom to protect its people, and the Horn guys are all foreigners. Can't we ignore that? If I break an oath, my build is screwed! Oh. I have a telekinesis, right? You gonna toss her off the wall? What? No! Talk to her. What's the spell? You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking. Right, okay. I use telepathy. Roll the dice. I got a 14. Okay. Skimming the surface of her mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair at this brazen defilement of the rules of war.
Oh shit! This is a Hornling village and she's under attack!
Tough luck. You've got an oath.
Yeah, but if I ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed!
Paladins have it rough. Well, can we get inside? The woman is injured but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lover that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts her grip on her club. She is seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering. Can't you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady. 19.
Every time.
How do I even... Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your arrival, and betting on that hope, she throws open the gates for you.
Creek, do you have a different dice than the rest of us?
What did we come here for again? Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you towards the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth, the Never-Dying. Okay, persuasion. I asked the lady where Elsbeth's tomb is. 20. That's not even... While she is at first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic, your, clever wording subtly hints at the idea that Elsbeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off her villagers' raiders for good. The elders used to frighten us with tales of Elsbeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my nan would tell us that she'd rise up from under the town church if we didn't do our chores. Okay, so the dungeon's in a church? But of course, the church is locked down and full of our women and children, along with the sick and the elderly. We never risk their safety by opening the church doors while this battle yet rages. Well, yeah, but I can just pick the lock, right?
Come on, you always do this.
Do what? You always luck your way out of the battles and then we get beat up for 15 turns. I come back to revive you, don't I?
I don't think you've even lost HP yet.
I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict. Avoiding all the scenarios they set up too. Alright. I'll throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19.
Seriously?
The knife, hits him, right in his eye and he dies instantly. Dropping the keg of burn gel he was rushing towards the nearest fortification. Wait, that's me. That's my guy right near... He dropped a bomb?!
I have 3 charges of Valorous Interception. If I can shield you.
So the Hornlings in this village are the legal citizens? I thought they were all foreign to this land.
This village is lorded over by vampires though, remember? So you wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town or a ghetto for immigrants or whatever.
How's that work? How's the Duke cool with vampires? It's all legal. The Hornlings just pay blood taxes instead of gold for their lord's protection. So they got vampires here, too. Can we go in the castle and kill the vampire lords? I mean, you can do whatever, but the vampire clan is the legal protectorate in the area, so you'd be committing a crime. Is your build screwed if you commit a crime, Miller?
I think it's like if it's the right thing to do, it doesn't break any oaths.
So is killing the vampire lords the right thing to do?
Kind of subjective.
Ugh, not one you want to hear from your good guy.
Well, I'm not a good guy. I'm only playing as one.
So Tanks, if we charge into the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right? I'm not gonna tell you.
Come on!
Look, it's a castle! There'll be defenses and shit, yeah! I'm game. Hornlings seem cool. Let's go kill some landlords.
After the fight we just went through?
We just rested.
Yeah, but you just did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. I think you might be burning through all your luck.
I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys. Creek. But also, you're literally out of change of fortune charges. We just rested.
It was a short
rest, though. Damn. Reality's cruel. Aww. File corrupted, playback terminated early. Oh, okay. Sosuke's dying in the next room, I think. I'd like to think that was in between. That was like in their downtime in between kidnapping attempts. Okay. Oh, shit. Deleted call and received call. Oh. Okay. Pub, police, static, personal, mobile, 251_82114, cap, audio, 18_08, 86. Begin playback. So, this is a few days after the trial? 2 days, even. Sighting. Oh my god, hi! Sighting, witness statement, anonymous report, emergency call from a burner. Oh. What is all this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right? What do you mean? All this new info coming in surrounding Creek's pod. And all of it pointing towards the rust for some reason? You don't buy it? Of course I don't buy it! So you think the Ikaria are trying to point fingers at the rust after Sosuke's been proven innocent? Well, no, that doesn't make much sense. But someone's trying to pull something. If the Blue Bloods are the victims and you eliminate the Ikaria, that just leaves the rust. But why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves? I don't know. I guess it can't be them doing it. But gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the Reds versus the Blues. True. But finding out someone is a task that even OC would struggle with. And we've got our own hands full. With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to heartbreak? Prep for the convention. Sheep wants everything to shine. Ugh. Gordon Barrett. Any hair out of place in the private sector will... Phone call? Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me? Dude, the London... What? Okay, yeah, I need to know the... Why the fuck is London just everywhere, man? Why does Daisuke have personal beef with London? That's the fox of the Ikaria clan. What the fuck? Nah, it's fine. I need some air anyway. Hello? Whoa, hey! Wasn't sure you'd pick up. Why wouldn't I pick up for my adorable nephew? What is this? Am I on speaker? We gotta stick to code names? No, I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line? It's the only number I have. You haven't exactly kept in touch. I don't... Relax, man. It's a joke. Remember those? You used to be good at them. Yeah, I remember. I never took anything seriously. Only way to live. I hope you don't mean that. Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you. Why call me now? Take a guess. Oh, you can't. You're serious. You're the one trying to take credit for Creek's pod. Waste not, want not. No one else seemed interested in it. Hey, nephew. Yes, sir? What the fuck are you thinking? The Blue Bloods will drown you. You think you have numbers? Well, they have unity. A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Creek was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the young bloods. I extinguished that, and the old guard haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were a young blood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now. You want to start a civil war, that's on your head, but taking credit for kills you didn't earn sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it. Fake it if you want to make it! Don't worry, the young bloods will start seeing some real, very real casualties soon enough. Don't do this. This is... Do you even have permission from... Oh, now that's low. You of all people threatening to tell Mom? Because I'm taking initiative? Because I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold? You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo. Go right ahead. I'm gonna move. I'm sorry. I didn't call to argue. This was a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate a warning about all the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few weeks. Thanks, but I'm not so old I can't recognize bullshit when I smell it. That's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp. Besides, I'm out in OC anyway. You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? I thought that was like a sabbatical. No. That sucks. Because I met all the guys who are in OC and I don't like any of them. Sounds like they're doing their jobs then. Sure. Hey, listen, I didn't mean to drop contact. Aw, don't worry about it. You picked up what they called. That's all anyone could do. That's all anyone could ever do, right? Bare minimum. Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over to dinner. I guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. Damn! You're full of good advice today. Got the fortune cookies afraid for their job security. I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. There it is. The double emphasis. What'd you used to say? Always say? Redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart.
Who the fuck was that? Go. I don't know what any of that means. Okay. Then what's this one? Public, judicial, handheld, personal, mobile... Rockford! Sorry. I'm always happy to see her. Hello. Begin playback.
Hey. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression.
Right! She was talking. She was having late night chats with someone, and Morgan got all jealous. Right! I forgot. Who? I become an owl.
Well, I just had a loss. But don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks. It'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah, no, I read the story. Well, what I could. It was kind of hard to read anything in between editorializing. Right. If it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. If I can be conspiratorial for a second, I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. But that's going a bit far. It's more like, so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish the chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. No, that's okay. I've thought about it myself. I just don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Wow, they're taking it pretty seriously then. Reflects their priorities, of course. Data's their lifeblood. No, I mean, that's great. How long will you be in town? Yeah, I'm excited to finally meet. In person. We should get dinner. Uh-huh. Yeah, definitely. Sorry if you're hoping for that kind of excitement, but no. There's no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I'm not ready. Oh, fuck.
I think you'll be fine.
Oh! 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 Morgan, I don't know how many more hits you can take to your psyche. It's only episode 2. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh god. Yeah, wishlist episode 3, please. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Wait, can I... Wait. Can I do this? Oh, wait, I never saved? I'm kind of stupid. I never saved? Oh, well. It should be still unlocked anyway.
Hello? Can I please? No, not that one.
There you go.
Sold, free, sold, free. Oh, she's so cute! Oh, that's my bartender, bro! That's my bartender! Oh my god, she's so cute! Ay! I'm pretty sure I purchased everything I could. Oh, she's so cute! Yay! Yippee! Okay, bonuses. There you go.
I wonder, can I save from here? Sure. Well. Can I just look at her?
Oh, my daughter. That's my daughter. Oh my god, look at her being a wage cuck. Oh, they grow up so fast. Oh.
Unfortunately. God fucking damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Can we just have her sitting there? Okay. Oh, you guys haven't seen, yeah, you haven't seen this? These are pretty good. Oh, she's so cute. Ooh. Ooh, that's a... I'll just stick with that. Actually, no, let's go with white. There you go. Awesome. Okay.
Yay! Alright, we finished episode 2 of the Devil. I'm very cheesed. I'm very cheesed. And very hungry. Terminal Prophet, thank you. Thanks for playing this again, Eimi. Easily top 3 favorites you've ever played. It's so fucking good all around. Also, Eimi love. I came to your stream because you were whining. Is that why people were interpreting the tweet as me whining? And not a simple fact? A simple observation? And in fact, resignation that conversion rates to across different platforms are like super low and I shouldn't even bother? Is that why people were like posturing before me? Like, I'm so fucking sorry. I'm sorry. I have a job. I have obligations. I can't watch every VTuber under the sun. I'm sorry. Like, is that why? Oh my goodness. Oh well. I gotta remember that... Another reminder that people who read my tweets don't watch streams, so they don't know how I am. They don't know my sauce. They don't know my sauce. I could be as silly and wacky as I normally am, and they just take it in a completely different way because they don't know me like that. Oh, fuck. Eimi points out people don't watch her streams and is then
is then befuddled by the resulting reception because people don't watch her streams. Whoa, it's like a fucking what's it called? It's like the snake eating itself. Whoa. Melvin, thank you. Eimi Isami made me worse. Let me be the first to say it. I feel like you can't possibly be the first to say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ouroboros? Okay, yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be more inflammatory and reactionary on Twitter.com on hamster posting. It will be a problem. No, I won't stop. Thank you for understanding. Yippee! Yippee! Woohoo! Woohoo! Yay! 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 Meganami, thank you. The fact thousands don't know the whimsy of Amy. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. My goodness, shaking my head. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. All I had to eat today was that yogurt drink from the beginning of stream, and my mom made this Filipino dessert, biko? I don't know how that's spelled, but it's like, I feel like, I don't know what it is actually. What is it? Biotear, thank you. Never apologize. Always get worse. Yay! Yeah, my mom made some biko, and I had that. It was warm, cause I was roused from bed because I heard the garage door opening and closing. So my parents left the house, and then I surfaced up from the basement. I was like, meow, meow, and I summoned my older siblings, and then we were just congregating, getting foods, and then we saw the biko. It was still warm, and then I had that, and then I grabbed the yogurt and I went down to stream. Yay! What's the dessert like? It's okay. Panlasangpinoy.com says a classic Filipino rice cake made from sticky rice, coconut milk, and brown sugar. Yay! My condolences on your Filipino. It's okay, I get it. Yeah. That sounds good, yeah. My brother kept saying, oh, this one's really good this time. Mom's never puts the caramel on top. And then my sister was like, but didn't she always do that? And then they were like arguing about it. And I was like, I don't know, it's yummy. How's your daughter? Oh, she is healthy and spry. She was just being a little shit to me before stream. I was almost late because I picked her up in my hand and then she started climbing up my arm, and then my sister had to come running because I couldn't catch her because she was up my arm, and like she was going up behind me and onto the surface of the cage, or like the cage lid. And I was like, no, stop! And then there was a whole production, but we got her back into the bedding, and I was like, okay, I'm out of here. I gotta stream. Do hamsters have to get neutered, spayed? I don't know, actually. Very sad the steroids weren't working, but whatever. Jesus. I was checking old parts of stream because I was late and got Filipinos jump scared by chat. Don't worry about it. Alright. But I took them yesterday too. Yesterday night. I had a spray in each nostril last night. I even live tweeted it. I tweeted it and everything. The actual box I had on my desk next to my box of tissues and my wrist rest. And my med container.
Well. Okay.
Hopefully, as I use it more, it works, or I get addicted, and it's just a bad time for everyone.
Okay. It's Slumber Saturday. It's Slumber Saturday, everyone. I'm gonna read Amari Mari underscore EN. That's yeah. Alright. Hey, customize. And what are my plans for this upcoming week? I don't know. No stream tomorrow as usual, yes. I don't know if I'm gonna do a Music Monday. I feel like I should be able to get something out. Last cover of the year, maybe. But, I don't know. Should we just chill? Should we just do whatever what fuck ever? Or do I read more visual novels? Do I do more reading? Do I get all the reading out of my system before I become a changed ham? Before I become something else entirely? When the new year strikes, I start playing good games like she can't finish the joke. She can't finish the joke. Alright. Oh wait, don't I have Final Fantasy 14 to read? I don't know. We'll see, okay? We'll see. It's the last... Yeah. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. So yeah. Yippee. I'll rate into Mari underscore Ian. Thank you everyone for joining me for Of the Devil. Very cheesed, very cheesed. If you liked it, if you fucks with it, please support the game on Steam or itch or whatever. I put the Steam link in the description. Oh yeah, and I gotta wishlist episode 3. I gotta do my due diligence. Store page. Should I write a review? I don't know how to write reviews. I'll just be like, yeah, this was good. Thank you for my life. And then that's it. Wait, where's the... Wait, hold on. Where's the wishlist episode 3? Episode 3 is not even listed! You motherfucker! That's okay. I forgive them. I'll keep an eye out. Tehehehe. Maybe talk about the possible Yuri aspect. It's not just the Yuri. Sure, the Yuri is like a big part of the appeal, but it's like also like just the world building, the writing, everything is pretty tight. It's just very, very tight. You saw it in the DLC section, did you? I didn't see it. When I clicked the link, it just showed it just sent me to Steam. Also, it's on sale right now. It is on sale. You could get both games for like $14. Yeah. Both episodes for $14 right now. Yeah. Yippee! Only $14 for both episodes. Yes, there's a bundle. There is an episodes 1 and 2 bundle right now on sale. Yippee! And if you go on itch.io, someone said earlier you can
do a pay what you want thing. Not sure how true that is, but if that is, you could probably give them way more than $14. Probably. Is that right? Do they have an itch.io? I don't know. Were they lying? I don't see an itch.io link. Okay, view all by nth circle. Of the devil! Of the devil, there you go. Episodic. It's an external link. It's just a listing for the prologue, and it takes you to the Steam page. I don't think you can do that. You lied to me! I can put the one you found on Discord. Bweh. 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 Bweh, bweh, bweh. Bweh. For a full first case and purchase and yeah, it's just the free prologue that's on itch. Shiku, 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 shiku. Okay, well, dang it. You'll just have to gift the game to literally all of your friends. Yay! Yippee! Woohoo! Alright. Yippee, yippee. Okay. Thank you for watching. Desu. Whoops, didn't mean to put the link twice. I don't even know if the link was sent in the chat because YouTube automod. Yeah, no. That's okay. 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 And I'll dream of Officer Detective Reyes in my sleep. Actually, no, I want food. Guys, should I order Wendy's? But Amy, your diet. Wait, I had Biko and fucking yogurt. Like, that's not a meal. I need my OMAD. I need my OMAD. Why Wendy's? Because it's the cheapest option with the most value. Because they have the biggie bag with it comes with the sandwich, chicken nuggets, fries, and a drink for like $12. That's pretty good. Get Jollibees. It's 2:30 a.m. motherfucker. Sorry. Didn't mean to be so combative. Why order Wendy's when you can eat 7 eggs? That means I have to cook the 7 eggs. And that's scary. That's very scary. You can order Wendy's but not Jollibee at 2:30 a.m. Yeah. 12 USD. I don't fucking know. That's what the last time I remember. Okay, whatever. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, Desu. I'm out of here, Desu.